Hello everyone. Welcome to our story channel. If you enjoy adventures and mysteries, you're in the right place. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any episodes. Where are you watching from? Tell us in the comments. If you liked it, leave your like. Now, get ready for today's story. All of this because the sun was setting over the small coastal town of Pebble Cove, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Clara Matthews, a curious 12-year-old with wild curly hair and bright green eyes, walked along the shoreline, her bare feet sinking into the cool, damp sand. This daily beach walk was her favorite part of the day, a time when she could let her imagination run wild and dream of adventures beyond her quiet hometown. As she strolled, picking up interesting shells and smooth pebbles, Clara's mind wandered to the stories her grandmother used to tell her about magical creatures living beneath the waves. If only those tales were true, she murmured to herself, tossing a flat stone into the gentle waves. Just then, something caught her eye. Half buried in the sand was a shell unlike any she had ever seen before. Clara knelt down and carefully brushed away the sand, revealing an iridescent surface that seemed to shimmer with every color of the rainbow. Wow, she breathed, picking up the shell. It was about the size of her palm, spiral-shaped, and felt unusually warm to the touch. As she turned it over in her hands, Clara could have sworn she heard a faint whisper coming from within. "Hello," she said hesitantly, feeling a bit foolish for talking to a shell. To her astonishment, the shell vibrated slightly in response. A soft, melodic voice emanated from the shell, so quiet that Clara had to hold it close to her ear to hear. "Clara Matthews," it said, "we've been waiting for you." Clara nearly dropped the shell in surprise. Who are you? How do you know my name?" The voice continued, ignoring her questions. "The Undersea Kingdom needs your help. When the time is right, you will know what to do." "Undersea Kingdom? What are you talking about?" "This has to be some kind of joke," Clara said, looking around to see if anyone was playing a prank on her. But the beach was deserted, the only sound the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. The shell fell silent, but it continued to pulse with a soft, warm light. Clara stood there for a moment, her mind racing. Should she tell someone about this? Would they even believe her? After a few minutes of internal debate, she decided to keep the shell a secret, at least for now. She slipped it into her pocket and hurried home, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of fear. That night, as Clara lay in bed, she couldn't stop thinking about the mysterious shell. She had hidden it in her sock drawer, but she could swear she still heard faint whispers coming from its direction. "This is crazy," she said to herself, tossing and turning. Magical talking shells? Undersea kingdoms? I must be losing my mind. Unable to sleep, Clara got up and retrieved the shell from her drawer. As soon as she touched it, she felt a strange tingling sensation running through her body. "Okay, shell," she said, feeling slightly ridiculous. "If you're real, if this is really happening, give me a sign. Tell me what I'm supposed to do." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, the shell began to glow brighter, its light filling the entire room. Clara felt a pulling sensation, as if the shell was trying to take her somewhere. "Whoa, wait a minute," she exclaimed, but it was too late. The room around her began to blur and fade away. Clara felt like she was falling, spinning through a vortex of shimmering light and swirling water. Just as quickly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. Clara blinked, trying to adjust to her new surroundings. Her jaw dropped in astonishment as she realized she was no longer in her bedroom. Instead, she found herself floating in the middle of a vast underwater expanse, surrounded by shimmering waters and colorful coral reefs. No way, she whispered, surprised to find that she could breathe and speak normally despite being underwater. This can't be real. A school of brightly colored fish swam by, regarding her curiously. In the distance, Clara could see the spires of what looked like an underwater city, glowing with an ethereal light. "Welcome, Clara Matthews, to the Undersea Kingdom," a familiar voice said. Clara spun around to see a mermaid with long, flowing hair and a tail that sparkled like diamonds. In her hands, she held the magical shell. "We've been expecting you." Clara's mind reeled with questions. How is this possible? Why had she been chosen? And most importantly, what kind of help did this underwater world need from her? As if reading her thoughts, the mermaid smiled kindly. "All will be revealed in time, young one. For now, know that you are here for a reason. The fate of our kingdom may very well rest in your hands." With that cryptic statement, the mermaid gestured for Clara to follow her towards the glowing city. Still in a state of shock, Clara began to swim, surprised at how naturally it came to her in this strange environment. As they approached the underwater metropolis, Clara couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. Whatever adventure lay ahead, she knew her life would never be the same after this night. The ordinary girl from Pebble Cove was about to embark on an extraordinary journey, one that would test her courage, challenge her beliefs, and perhaps even save an entire kingdom. Clara's heart raced as she followed the mermaid through the shimmering waters towards the underwater city. The structures grew larger and more intricate as they approached, their pearlescent surfaces gleaming in the diffused light that somehow permeated the ocean depths. "I can't believe this is happening," Clara muttered to herself, still in awe of her surroundings. The mermaid turned to her with a gentle smile. "Believe it, Clara. You are here because you were chosen." As they entered the city proper, Clara's eyes widened at the sight of merfolk and sea creatures of all kinds going about their daily lives. Some swam leisurely through coral-lined streets, while others darted in and out of buildings shaped like giant seashells and conches. "This is incredible," Clara breathed. "But why me? And what exactly am I supposed to do here?" Before the mermaid could answer, a commotion erupted nearby. A group of small, colorful fish swam frantically towards them, their scales flashing in distress. "Queen Coral," one of the fish exclaimed, addressing the mermaid. "It's happened again. The darkness has spread to the kelp forest." The mermaid's, Queen Coral's, face grew serious. "Thank you for informing me. Please, alert the royal guard." As the fish darted away, Clara looked questioningly at the queen. "Darkness? What's going on?" Queen Coral sighed, her tail swishing anxiously. "It is why you are here, Clara. Our kingdom is under threat from a terrible sea monster. It brings with it a darkness that snuffs out all life and light in its path." Clara's stomach churned with a mix of fear and excitement. "And you think I can help? But I'm just a kid from a small town. I don't have any special powers or anything." "You have more within you than you know," Queen Coral replied cryptically. "Come, we must speak with the Council of Elders. They will explain everything." As they swam towards an enormous structure that resembled a giant clamshell, Clara noticed more signs of unrest. Merfolk whispered in huddled groups, their faces etched with worry. Strange, dark patches marred some of the coral buildings, as if the very life had been sucked out of them. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Clara found herself facing a semicircle of elderly merfolk, each with long, flowing beards and tails of various hues. Their wise eyes studied her intently. One elder, with a tail of deep blue, spoke first. "So, this is the surface dweller spoken of in the prophecy?" "Yes, Elder Marius," Queen Coral confirmed. "This is Clara Matthews." Clara shifted uncomfortably under their scrutiny. Hello? I'm sorry, but what prophecy are you talking about? Another elder, this one with a vibrant red tail, leaned forward. Child, there is an ancient prediction that speaks of a young land dweller who would come to our aid in our darkest hour. One who possesses the courage and wisdom to defeat the great evil that threatens our kingdom. But I'm not, Clara began, only to be cut off by a third elder. The prophecy does not lie, young one. You have been brought here for a reason. Clara took a deep breath, trying to process everything. Okay, let's say I am this person from the prophecy. What exactly am I supposed to do? How can I possibly defeat a sea monster? Queen Coral placed a comforting hand on Clara's shoulder. You will not face this challenge alone, Clara. We will guide you, teach you about our world and the monster's weaknesses. But it is your unique perspective as an outsider that may hold the key to our salvation. Clara nodded slowly, her mind whirling with questions and doubts. I'll do my best. But I don't even know where to start. Elder Marius smiled kindly. First, you must learn. Explore our kingdom, meet its inhabitants. The answers you seek may come from unexpected places. As if on cue, a young merman burst into the chamber, his green tail flicking agitatedly. Your Majesty, elders. The monster has been spotted near the Twilight Trench. The council erupted in worried murmurs. Queen Coral turned to Clara, her eyes filled with both hope and concern. It seems your journey begins now, Clara. Are you ready? Clara swallowed hard, feeling the weight of expectation settle on her shoulders. Part of her wanted to say no, to find that magical shell and wish herself back to her cozy bedroom in Pebble Cove. But as she looked around at the worried faces of the merfolk, she knew she couldn't abandon them. I guess I have to be, she replied, squaring her shoulders. Where do we start? Queen Coral nodded approvingly. We'll begin with a tour of the kingdom. You need to understand what you're fighting for. And along the way, we'll introduce you to some friends who can help prepare you for the challenges ahead. As Clara followed Queen Coral out of the council chamber and into the vast underwater world beyond, she couldn't help but feel a mix of terror and exhilaration. In just one night, she had gone from an ordinary girl to the potential savior of an entire undersea civilization. Whatever lay ahead, Clara knew her life would never be the same. As she swam beside the Queen, watching the colorful marine life swirl around her, she made a silent promise to herself and to her new aquatic friends. She would find a way to defeat this monster and save the undersea kingdom, no matter what it took. As Clara swam alongside Queen Coral through the vibrant streets of the undersea kingdom, her senses were overwhelmed by the sights, sounds, and sensations of this alien world. Schools of luminescent fish darted overhead, casting ever-changing patterns of light across the coral buildings. Merfolk of all ages went about their daily lives, some casting curious glances at the strange land-dwelling girl in their midst. This is incredible, Clara breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. I never imagined anything like this could exist. Queen Coral smiled warmly. Our kingdom has thrived here for millennia, hidden from the surface world. But now, we face a threat unlike any we've encountered before. As if on cue, a shadow passed overhead, causing nearby sea creatures to scatter in fear. Clara looked up to see a massive, dark shape moving swiftly through the water. Was that, she began, her voice trembling slightly. Queen Coral nodded grimly. The sea monster. It grows bolder by the day, venturing closer to our city. They continued their tour, with the Queen pointing out various landmarks and introducing Clara to some of the kingdom's inhabitants. As they approached a grand structure that resembled a spiraling nautilus shell, a group of young merfolk swam up to them excitedly. Your Majesty, one of them called out, a boy with a shimmering blue tail. Is it true? Is this the surface dweller from the prophecy? Clara felt her cheeks flush as all eyes turned to her. Hi. I'm Clara, she said, giving an awkward wave. The young merfolk gasped in awe. A girl with a pink tail and flowing golden hair swam closer. Are you really going to save us from the monster? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. Clara hesitated, feeling the weight of their expectations. I'm going to try my best, she said finally. But I still don't really understand what I'm supposed to do. Queen Coral intervened gently. Clara has much to learn about our world and the challenges we face. Perhaps you can help her, young ones. Show her around, teach her about life under the sea. The merfolk children cheered excitedly, eager to assist their potential savior. As they swam off together, Clara turned back to the Queen. Your Majesty, I appreciate all of this, but I still don't see how I'm going to defeat a sea monster. I don't have any special powers or weapons. The Queen's expression turned serious. The prophecy speaks not of physical strength, Clara, but of courage and intelligence. Come, there's someone you need to meet. They swam to a quieter part of the city, where an ancient, gnarled coral formation stood. As they approached, Clara realized it was actually a building, a library of sorts. Inside, shelves upon shelves of what looked like scrolls made from seaweed and tablets of polished stone lined the walls. Octavius? Queen Coral called out. Are you here? From behind a stack of scrolls, a large octopus emerged. His tentacles were a deep purple, and he wore a pair of glasses perched precariously on what passed for his nose. Ah, Your Majesty, he said in a surprisingly refined voice. And this must be our young hero. Clara stared in amazement. You can talk. Octavius chuckled. Indeed I can, my dear. I am the kingdom's librarian and lore master. I've been expecting you. Octavius knows more about the history of our kingdom and the nature of the sea monster than anyone, Queen Coral explained. He will help prepare you for the challenges ahead. The octopus nodded, his tentacles weaving through the water as he spoke. The monster you face is no ordinary creature, Clara. It is an ancient evil, born from the darkest depths of the ocean. But every enemy has a weakness, and it is my job to help you discover it. Clara listened intently as Octavius began to recount the legend of the sea monster. He spoke of its origins in a time before the undersea kingdom, of its hunger for light and life, and of the brave merfolk who had fought it in the past. But none have ever truly defeated it, Octavius concluded. That task, it seems, has fallen to you. Clara felt a mix of fear and determination welling up inside her. I don't know if I can do this, she admitted. But I want to help. Where do we start? Octavius smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses. With knowledge, my dear. We start by learning everything we can about our enemy. And then, we devise a plan. Over the next few hours, Clara pored over ancient texts and maps with Octavius, absorbing as much information as she could about the undersea kingdom and the monster that threatened it. As the day wore on, she began to feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, she could find a way to defeat this creature. As Clara prepared to leave the library, Queen Coral returned. How goes your research? She asked. Clara took a deep breath. It's a lot to take in, but I think I'm starting to understand. There's still so much to learn, though. The Queen nodded approvingly. You've made a good start, Clara. But remember, knowledge is only part of the equation. The true test will come when you face the monster itself. As they swam back towards the heart of the city, Clara couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. She was just an ordinary girl from a small coastal town, thrust into an extraordinary situation. But as she looked around at the beautiful underwater world and thought of all the creatures who called it home, she knew she had to try. "I won't let you down," she said quietly, more to herself than to the queen. "Somehow, I'll find a way to save this kingdom." Little did Clara know that her greatest challenges, and the true nature of the threat she faced, were yet to be revealed. As night fell in the undersea kingdom, the young hero-to-be prepared herself for whatever adventures the coming days might bring. As the days passed in the undersea kingdom, Clara found herself facing a series of challenges that tested both her wit and her courage. Each trial seemed designed to prepare her for the ultimate confrontation with the sea monster, though she often wondered if she was truly making progress. One particularly memorable day began with Clara swimming through a kelp forest on the outskirts of the kingdom. She was searching for a rare type of luminescent algae that Octavius believed might be useful against the monster's darkness. "Remember, Clara," Octavius had told her, his tentacles gesticulating wildly, "the moonlight algae only grows in the deepest, darkest parts of the kelp forest. You'll need to use your wits to find it." As Clara pushed deeper into the swaying kelp, the water around her grew darker and colder. She shivered, wishing she had thought to bring a layer of seaweed to wrap around herself. "Okay, think," she muttered to herself. "If I were a glowing plant that doesn't like light, where would I hide?" Just then, she heard a rustling in the kelp behind her. Clara spun around, her heart racing. "Hello," she called out nervously. "Is someone there?" A small, timid voice replied, "Please don't hurt me. I'm just lost." From behind a thick strand of kelp, a tiny seahorse emerged, its body a pale pink color. It looked at Clara with large, frightened eyes. Clara's expression softened. "Oh, don't worry. I won't hurt you. I'm Clara. What's your name?" The seahorse swam a little closer. "I'm Coral. I got separated from my family while we were hiding from the darkness." Clara's brow furrowed with concern. "The darkness? You mean from the sea monster?" Coral nodded vigorously. "It came through here yesterday. Everything it touched turned black and lifeless. We barely escaped." This news alarmed Clara. The monster was getting closer to the heart of the kingdom. She needed to find that algae fast. "Coral," she said gently, "I'm looking for something called moonlight algae. Have you seen anything like that around here?" The seahorse's eyes lit up. "Oh yes. There's a whole cave of glowing plants not far from here. I can show you." Grateful for the help, Clara followed Coral deeper into the kelp forest. As they swam, she asked, "So, Coral, do you know anything else about the sea monster?" The little seahorse shuddered. "Only that it's huge and terrifying. And wherever it goes, the water gets cold and dark. Even the bravest creatures flee when it's near." Clara absorbed this information, adding it to the growing list of the monster's traits she had been compiling. Every little bit helped in figuring out how to defeat it. Finally, they reached a small opening in the ocean floor. Coral pointed with his snout. "In there. That's where the glowing plants are." Clara peered into the darkness. "It looks pretty tight. I'm not sure I can fit." Coral looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "Wait here. I have an idea." The little seahorse disappeared into the cave. Several tense minutes passed before Coral re-emerged, struggling to carry a large chunk of the glowing algae. "Here," he exclaimed proudly. "I got some for you." Clara beamed at her new friend. "Coral, you're amazing. Thank you so much." As they made their way back through the kelp forest, Clara couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. She had not only found the moonlight algae, but had also made a new ally and gathered more information about the sea monster. However, their journey back was not without peril. As they neared the edge of the kelp forest, a large, menacing shape loomed before them. It was a great white shark, its eyes fixed hungrily on Coral. Without thinking, Clara positioned herself between the shark and the seahorse. "Stay back," she shouted, trying to sound braver than she felt. The shark laughed, a chilling sound. "And what are you going to do, little land dweller? You don't belong in these waters." Clara's mind raced. Then, an idea struck her. She held up the moonlight algae, its glow intensifying as if sensing the danger. "I have the power of the deep sea with me," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "This light can pierce any darkness. Do you really want to test it?" The shark hesitated, eyeing the glowing algae warily. After a tense moment, it turned and swam away, disappearing into the murky water. Coral looked at Clara with awe. "That was incredible. How did you know that would work?" Clara let out a shaky laugh. "I didn't. But I figured if this algae might work against the sea monster, it was worth a try against the shark." As they finally exited the kelp forest, Clara felt a newfound confidence. She had faced a dangerous predator and outsmarted it. Maybe, just maybe, she really could find a way to defeat the sea monster. Coral escorted her to the edge of the kingdom, where they said their goodbyes. "Thank you for saving me," the little seahorse said. "I hope you defeat the monster and save our home." Clara smiled, touched by the seahorse's faith in her. "I'll do my best, Coral. And thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it without you." As she swam back to the city, clutching the precious moonlight algae, Clara felt a mix of emotions. Pride in her accomplishment, worry about the approaching darkness, and a growing determination to protect this wondrous underwater world and all its inhabitants. Little did she know, this adventure in the kelp forest was just one of many challenges she would face in her quest to save the undersea kingdom. But with each trial, Clara was growing stronger, smarter, and more prepared for the ultimate confrontation that lay ahead. As Clara continued her preparations to face the sea monster, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right in the undersea kingdom. Strange occurrences kept piling up, like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. One afternoon, Clara was swimming through the coral gardens with her new friend, a young mermaid named Pearl. The usually vibrant coral was dulled in patches, its colors faded and lifeless. "It's getting worse," Pearl said, her voice tinged with worry. "The darkness is spreading faster than ever before." Clara frowned, running her hand over a patch of bleached coral. "I don't understand. According to Octavius's records, the monster has never been able to affect the kingdom this deeply before." As they swam, Clara noticed a group of sea creatures huddled together, whispering urgently. Curiosity piqued, she moved closer to listen. "Saw it with my own eyes," a crab was saying, his pincers clicking nervously. The royal guard was turning away refugees from the outer reefs. A colorful parrotfish shook its head in disbelief. "But why? We've always offered sanctuary to those fleeing the darkness." "It doesn't make sense," agreed a sea turtle. "Unless..." The group fell silent as they noticed Clara and Pearl approaching. Clara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool water. What were they hiding? Later that day, Clara was helping Octavius in the library when she noticed something odd. "Octavius," she called out, "come look at this." The librarian octopus glided over, adjusting his glasses. "What is it, my dear?" Clara pointed to a section of an ancient map. "This area here, the Twilight Trench. It's marked as forbidden, but in all the stories you've told me about the monster's previous attacks, it's never mentioned." Why is that? Octavius's tentacles twitched nervously. Well, you see, that area has always been off limits. Too dangerous for casual exploration. But shouldn't we be exploring every possibility? Clara pressed. If the monster's never gone there, maybe that's where we can find a way to stop it. The octopus's usual eloquence seemed to desert him. I'm sure the Royal Council has their reasons, Clara. We shouldn't question their wisdom. Clara's suspicions grew. Why was everyone so tight-lipped about certain topics? That night, unable to sleep, Clara decided to do some exploring on her own. She swam quietly through the silent city, keeping to the shadows. As she neared the palace, she heard hushed voices coming from a partially open window. Can't keep the charade up much longer, a voice that sounded like Queen Coral said. The girl is asking too many questions. We have no choice, replied a gruff male voice Clara didn't recognize. If she discovers the truth, everything we've worked for will be undone. Clara's heart raced. What truth were they hiding? And what did it have to do with her? Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder. Clara spun around, coming face to face with Pearl. What are you doing here? Pearl hissed. This area is off limits. I could ask you the same thing, Clara retorted, her mind whirling with suspicion. What's going on, Pearl? What is everyone hiding? Pearl's eyes darted nervously. I don't know what you're talking about. We should leave before she was cut off by a loud, ominous rumble that shook the entire city. Screams and shouts erupted from all directions. It's the monster, someone yelled. It's breached the outer defenses. In the chaos that followed, Clara lost sight of Pearl. She swam towards the commotion, her heart pounding. As she reached the city's edge, she gasped at the sight before her. A massive, shadowy form loomed over the undersea kingdom. Tendrils of darkness reached out, touching buildings and turning them black and lifeless. But something about the monster's movements seemed deliberate, almost controlled. As Clara watched in horror, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. At the base of the monster, barely visible in the murky water, were several merfolk. And they weren't fleeing from the creature, they appeared to be directing it. No, Clara whispered, the pieces finally falling into place. It can't be. The monster wasn't a mindless force of nature. It was a weapon, controlled by someone within the kingdom itself. But who? And why? As the city descended into panic around her, Clara realized that her mission had just become far more complicated. She wasn't just fighting a monster anymore, she was uncovering a conspiracy that threatened the very foundation of the undersea kingdom. With determination setting in her eyes, Clara knew what she had to do. She had to find out the truth, no matter the cost. The real battle for the undersea kingdom was just beginning, and Clara was at the center of it all. I will find out what's really going on here, she vowed to herself, watching the chaos unfold. And I will save this kingdom from the monster and from whoever is really behind all this. With that, Clara swam back into the fray, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in her quest for the truth. The undersea kingdom was in chaos. The sea monster's attacks had grown more frequent and devastating, and Clara found herself thrust into the heart of the kingdom's desperate defense efforts. Despite the mounting pressure, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this situation than met the eye. One morning, Clara swam hurriedly to the war room, a vast chamber carved from a giant clamshell. Queen Coral and her advisors were already there, poring over maps and discussing strategy. Ah, Clara, Queen Coral said as she entered. We were just discussing our next move. The monster has been sighted near the luminous caverns. Clara frowned. But that's where we harvest the bioluminescent algae that powers the city's defenses. If we lose that... Precisely, rumbled General Riptide, a battle-scarred merman with a shark-tooth necklace. Which is why we need to strike now, before it's too late. As the others debated tactics, Clara's mind raced. Something about this didn't add up. Why would the monster target such a strategic location? It had always seemed more driven by instinct than strategy before. Your Majesty, Clara interjected, if I may. I've been studying the monster's attack patterns, and this doesn't fit. It's almost as if... As if what, child? General Riptide snapped, his eyes narrowing. Clara took a deep breath. As if it knows exactly where to hit us hardest. Like it's being guided. A tense silence fell over the room. Queen Coral and her advisors exchanged uneasy glances. That's preposterous, General Riptide finally sputtered. Are you suggesting some kind of treachery? No, of course not, Clara backpedaled, sensing she'd struck a nerve. I'm just saying we should consider all possibilities. Queen Coral placed a calming hand on the general's arm. Clara may have a point. We cannot afford to overlook any potential explanation. As the meeting adjourned, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that she'd stumbled onto something important. She decided to do some investigating of her own. Later that day, she sought out her friend Pearl. I need your help, Clara said, pulling the young mermaid into a quiet alcove. Something strange is going on, and I need to get to the bottom of it. Pearl looked nervous. What do you mean? Clara lowered her voice. I think someone might be controlling the sea monster, using it to attack specific targets. But I need proof. Pearl's eyes widened. That's a serious accusation, Clara. Are you sure about this? No, Clara admitted. That's why I need to investigate. Will you help me? After a moment's hesitation, Pearl nodded. What do you need me to do? Together, they hatched a plan. While Clara distracted the guards at the Royal Archives, Pearl would sneak in and copy any documents related to the monster's attacks. As night fell, they put their plan into action. Clara approached the guards, putting on her best confused surface dweller act. Excuse me, she called out. I seem to be lost. Could you point me towards the, kelp farms? While the guards were occupied with Clara's increasingly absurd questions, Pearl slipped into the archives unseen. Several tense minutes passed before Pearl re-emerged, clutching a satchel full of scrolls. They quickly swam to a secluded spot to examine their findings. Look at this, Clara whispered, pointing to a map. Every major attack lines up with a vital resource or defensive position. That can't be a coincidence. Pearl's face paled. But who could be behind this? And why? Before Clara could respond, a shadow fell over them. They looked up to see General Riptide looming above, his face twisted with rage. I knew you couldn't be trusted, surface dweller, he snarled. Spying, stealing classified documents. I should have you locked away. Clara's mind raced. She had to think fast. General, please, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. We're not the enemy here. Something is very wrong in the kingdom, and I think you know it too. The general's expression flickered for a moment, uncertainty replacing anger. What are you talking about? The attacks, Clara explained quickly. They're too precise, too strategic. Someone is manipulating the monster, using it against the kingdom. We need to find out who and why. For a long moment, General Riptide said nothing. Then, to Clara's surprise, he deflated, suddenly looking old and tired. I know, he said quietly. I've suspected for some time, but I couldn't prove it. And I didn't know who to trust. Clara and Pearl exchanged shocked glances. You'll help us, then? Clara asked hopefully. The general nodded grimly. It seems I have no choice. If there truly is a traitor in our midst, we must root them out before it's too late. As they swam back towards the palace, Clara felt a mix of excitement and dread. She was one step closer to uncovering the truth, but she knew the real challenges were just beginning. Whoever was behind this conspiracy had power and influence in the kingdom. Exposing them would be dangerous. But as Clara looked at Pearl and General Riptide, she felt a surge of determination. She wasn't alone in this fight anymore. Together, they stood a chance of saving the Undersea Kingdom, not just from the monster, but from the darkness lurking within its own ranks. We'll find the truth, Clara vowed silently. No matter what it takes, the day of the final confrontation had arrived. Clara's heart pounded as she swam towards the outskirts of the Undersea Kingdom, where the sea monster had last been sighted. General Riptide and a small team of the kingdom's bravest warriors flanked her, their faces grim with determination. Remember the plan, Clara said, her voice steadier than she felt. We need to lure it to the abyssal chasm. That's where we'll have the best chance. General Riptide nodded, his battle-worn face etched with concern. Are you sure about this, Clara? There's no shame in letting us handle the creature. Clara shook her head firmly. No, it has to be me. The prophecy was clear about that. As they approached the designated area, an eerie silence fell over the ocean. Even the usual ambient sounds of marine life had ceased, as if the entire underwater world was holding its breath. Suddenly, a dark shape loomed in the distance, growing larger by the second. The sea monster had arrived. By the seven seas, one of the warriors gasped. It's even bigger than the legends say. Clara steeled herself as she took in the creature's terrifying form. It was a writhing mass of tentacles and shadows, with eyes that glowed an otherworldly green. As it moved, the water around it seemed to darken and die. Now! Clara shouted. Get its attention. The warriors sprang into action, hurling spears of hardened coral and blasting concentrated jets of hot water from specialized weapons. The monster roared, a sound that shook Clara to her very core. As planned, Clara began to swim towards the abyssal chasm, making sure the creature saw her. Come on, she muttered. Follow me, you big brute. The monster took the bait, its massive form surging after Clara with surprising speed. She could feel the water chilling around her as she led it towards the chasm. Just as they reached the edge of the deep trench, Clara spun around, brandishing the magical shell she had found on the beach so long ago. It glowed with an intense light, momentarily blinding the monster. This ends now, Clara shouted, her voice carrying through the water. She began to recite the incantation Octavius had taught her, her words echoing with power. The monster thrashed and roared, but seemed unable to approach Clara as long as she held the glowing shell. For a moment, it looked as though victory was within reach. But then, something unexpected happened. As Clara spoke the final words of the incantation, the monster's form began to change. Its writhing tentacles retracted, its massive bulk shrinking and reshaping itself. Clara's eyes widened in shock as the transformation completed. Where the terrifying sea monster had been, there now floated a merperson. But not just any merperson, it was the royal advisor, Melekar, who had been mysteriously absent during much of Clara's time in the kingdom. Impossible, General Riptide breathed, swimming up beside Clara. Melekar? But how? Why? The transformed advisor looked at them with a mixture of anger and desperation. You don't understand, he said, his voice hoarse. I did what I had to do to protect our kingdom. Clara's mind raced, trying to process this startling turn of events. Protect it? You've been terrorizing it. Destroying homes, endangering lives. Malachar shook his head vehemently. No, you don't see the bigger picture. The surface world is the real threat. Their pollution, their overfishing, they're destroying our home bit by bit. I became the monster to unite our people, to make us strong enough to fight back. By becoming the very thing you claim to be protecting us from. General Riptide's voice was thick with disbelief and betrayal. Clara's initial shock was giving way to understanding. You thought fear would unite the kingdom, she said softly. But all it did was cause pain and division. Malachar's shoulders sagged. I never meant for it to go this far. The power, it was intoxicating. I lost control. As the full implications of the situation sank in, Clara realized that her true challenge wasn't defeating a mindless monster, it was healing a kingdom torn apart by fear and misguided intentions. She turned to General Riptide. We need to take him back to the city. The people deserve to know the truth. The general nodded grimly. They do. But what then? How do we move forward from this? Clara looked at the magical shell in her hand, still glowing softly. We start by facing our real problems together. No more secrets, no more fear. It's time for the Undersea Kingdom to come into the light. As they began the solemn journey back to the city, Clara's mind whirled with the challenges that lay ahead. The monster might have been defeated, but the real work of saving the kingdom was just beginning. It would take courage, compassion, and cooperation to heal the wounds of the past and build a brighter future. But as she swam alongside General Riptide and the subdued Malachar, Clara felt a glimmer of hope. She had come to this underwater world as an outsider, but now she understood that her real purpose wasn't to slay a monster, it was to help a community find its way back to the truth and to each other. The Undersea Kingdom would never be the same, but with understanding and unity, it could become something even better than before. And Clara, the unlikely hero from the surface world, would be there every step of the way to help make it happen. The revelation of Malachar's true identity sent shockwaves through the Undersea Kingdom. As Clara, General Riptide, and their small team escorted the former royal advisor back to the city, word spread quickly among the merfolk and sea creatures. By the time they reached the central plaza, it seemed the entire kingdom had gathered to witness this unprecedented moment. Queen Coral swam forward, her face a mask of disbelief and sorrow. Malachar, my trusted friend and advisor, how could you betray us like this? Malachar, now in his mere form but still emanating an aura of otherworldly power, lowered his head. Your Majesty, I never meant to betray you. I only wanted to protect our kingdom. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Clara could sense the confusion and anger building among the kingdom's inhabitants. She knew she had to act fast to prevent chaos from erupting. Everyone, please, Clara called out, her voice carrying across the plaza. I know you're all shocked and upset, but there's more to this story than you realize. General Riptide nodded in agreement. The surface dweller speaks true. We must hear Malachar out before passing judgment. Queen Coral hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Speak, Malachar. Explain yourself to your people. Malachar took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the crowd. For years, I've watched as the surface world slowly destroyed our home. Their pollution poisoned our waters, their nets emptied our seas. I feared for our future, for our very survival. He paused, his voice growing stronger. I discovered an ancient magic, one that would allow me to take on the form of a powerful sea creature. I thought I thought if I could unite our kingdom against a common enemy, we would become strong enough to defend ourselves against the true threat. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Some nodded in understanding, while others shouted in anger. "You destroyed our homes," one mere person cried out. "My family fled in terror because of you," another added. Clara swam forward, placing herself between Malachar and the increasingly agitated crowd. "I understand your anger," she said, her voice calm but firm. "What Malachar did was wrong. He caused real harm and fear. But his intentions, misguided as they were, came from a place of love for this kingdom." She turned to face Malachar. "You wanted to protect your people, but you went about it the wrong way. Fear and deception can never be the foundation for true strength or unity." Queen Coral swam closer, her expression thoughtful. "Clara speaks wisely. Malachar, your actions cannot be excused, but perhaps they can be understood. The question now is, where do we go from here?" Clara felt the weight of the moment. She realized that this was why she had truly been brought to the Undersea Kingdom, not just to defeat a monster, but to help heal a community. "Your Majesty," Clara began, "I think the first step is honesty. The people of this kingdom deserve to know the full truth about the threats you face from the surface world, and about the mistakes made in trying to address those threats." She turned to address the crowd. "I come from the surface world, and I've seen firsthand the damage we've done to the oceans. But I've also seen people working to change things, to protect marine life and clean up the seas. You're not alone in this fight." General Riptide nodded in agreement. "The surface dweller is right. We've been hiding from our problems, letting fear guide our actions. It's time we faced our challenges head-on, as a united kingdom." Malachar, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I was wrong. I let my fear and anger cloud my judgment. I'm ready to face the consequences of my actions, and to use what I've learned to truly help our kingdom, if you'll let me." Queen Coral was quiet for a long moment, considering. Finally, she addressed her people. "Today, we stand at a crossroads. We can let anger and fear continue to divide us, or we can choose a new path, one of understanding, forgiveness, and united action." She turned to Clara. "You came to us as a stranger, yet you've shown us the way forward. What do you propose we do now?" Clara felt the eyes of the entire kingdom upon her. She took a deep breath, knowing her next words could shape the future of this underwater world. "I propose we form a council," she said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "A group made up of representatives from all parts of the kingdom, as well as advisors who can help us better understand and address the threats from the surface world. Together, we can find ways to protect your home without resorting to fear or deception." She looked at Malachar. "And yes, that includes you. Your knowledge and powers, used responsibly, could be a great asset to the kingdom." As Clara finished speaking, a hush fell over the crowd. Then, slowly, voices of agreement began to rise. The mood shifted from anger to cautious hope. Queen Coral smiled, the first genuine smile Clara had seen on her face since the revelation. "Then it is decided. We will form this council and work together to build a brighter future for our kingdom." As the crowd began to disperse, their excited chatter filling the water, Clara felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her. The sea monster may have been defeated, but the real victory was in bringing the truth to light and helping the kingdom find a new way forward. General Riptide swam up to her, a look of respect in his eyes. "You've done more for this kingdom than you know, Surface Dweller. You've given us hope." Clara smiled, feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. "This is just the beginning," she said. "There's still so much work to be done." As she looked out over the Undersea Kingdom, Now buzzing with renewed purpose and unity, Clara knew that her adventure was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was just beginning. With the truth revealed and a new path forward established for the undersea kingdom, Clara knew her time beneath the waves was coming to an end. The magical shell that had brought her to this wondrous world was pulsing with an increasingly urgent energy, signaling that it was time for her to return to the surface. On her last day in the kingdom, Clara swam through the now familiar coral streets, saying goodbye to the friends she had made during her extraordinary adventure. She found Pearl near the luminous caverns, helping to restore some of the damage caused during the conflicts. "I can't believe you're leaving," Pearl said, her voice thick with emotion. "It feels like you only just got here, and now everything's changing." Clara smiled softly, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. "Change can be good, Pearl. Look at how much stronger and more united the kingdom is now." Pearl nodded, wiping away a tear that mixed indistinguishably with the surrounding water. "You're right. It's just, will we ever see you again?" "I hope so," Clara replied, her own eyes glistening. "I don't know how, but I have a feeling our paths will cross again someday." As they shared a heartfelt embrace, Octavius the librarian octopus glided up to them, his tentacles laden with scrolls. "Ah, Clara, my dear," he said, adjusting his glasses. "I was hoping to catch you before you left. I've prepared some reading material for you to take back to the surface world." Clara laughed, gesturing to the water around them. "That's very kind, Octavius, but I'm not sure how well paper would survive the journey." The octopus chuckled. "Oh, of course. How absent-minded of me. Well, then, allow me to impart some final words of wisdom." He cleared his throat dramatically. "Remember, young Clara, that knowledge is the truest form of magic. It can bridge worlds, change hearts, and illuminate the darkest depths." Clara nodded solemnly, touched by the librarian's words. "I'll never forget that, Octavius. Thank you for everything you've taught me." As she continued her farewell tour, Clara encountered General Riptide near the palace gates. The gruff warrior's demeanor had softened considerably since the resolution of the conflict. Surface dweller, he greeted her with a nod. Or should I say, hero of the undersea kingdom. Clara blushed, still uncomfortable with the title. "I'm no hero, General. I just did what anyone would do in my position." The general shook his head, a rare smile crossing his face. "You sell yourself short, Clara. Not anyone would have shown the courage and wisdom you displayed. Our kingdom owes you a great debt." "The only repayment I want," Clara replied, "is for the kingdom to continue on this new path of openness and unity." "You have my word," General Riptide said solemnly. "We will not forget the lessons you've taught us." Finally, Clara arrived at the royal palace for her last audience with Queen Coral. The queen was waiting in the grand hall, looking both regal and approachable. "Clara," Queen Coral said warmly, "how can we ever thank you for all you've done?" Clara bowed her head respectfully. "Your Majesty, seeing the kingdom united and facing its challenges honestly is all the thanks I need." The queen smiled. "Nevertheless, we have prepared a small token of our gratitude." She gestured to a nearby mare guard, who brought forward a beautiful necklace made of shimmering pearls and tiny, bioluminescent shells. "This necklace is enchanted," Queen Coral explained. "While it cannot bring you back to our world, it will allow you to breathe underwater for short periods. Perhaps it will help you in your efforts to protect the oceans from above." Clara's eyes widened as she accepted the gift. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll treasure it always." As the farewell ceremony concluded, Clara swam to the outskirts of the kingdom where she had first arrived. The magical shell was glowing brightly now, ready to transport her home. Surrounded by her new friends, Pearl, Octavius, General Riptide, Queen Coral, and even a reformed Malachar, Clara felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. "I'll never forget any of you," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "And I'll do everything I can to protect your world from mine." Queen Coral stepped forward. "You will always have a home here, Clara. May the currents guide you safely on your journey." With one last look at the wondrous undersea kingdom, Clara clutched the magical shell close to her heart. In a swirl of light and bubbles, she felt herself being pulled upward, back towards the world she knew. As Clara broke the surface of the ocean, gasping in the familiar air, she found herself back on the same beach where her adventure had begun. The magical shell crumbled to sand in her hands, its purpose fulfilled. For a moment, Clara stood there, the waves lapping at her feet, the weight of her incredible journey settling over her. She touched the enchanted necklace at her throat, a tangible reminder that it hadn't all been a dream. With a deep breath, Clara turned towards home, her mind already whirling with ideas on how to fulfill her promise to protect the oceans. She knew that her adventure in the undersea kingdom might be over, but her true mission, to be a bridge between two worlds, was just beginning. As she walked along the shoreline, Clara smiled to herself. She couldn't wait to dive back into the ocean's embrace, armed with new knowledge, lasting friendships, and a determination to make a difference, both above and below the waves. The sun was setting over Pebble Cove as Clara walked along the familiar shoreline, her mind still reeling from her incredible adventure in the undersea kingdom. The beach was empty save for a few seagulls, and the gentle lapping of waves against the sand provided a soothing backdrop to her swirling thoughts. Clara's hand instinctively reached for the enchanted necklace at her throat, its cool touch a reassuring reminder that her underwater odyssey had been real. As she gazed out at the horizon, where the orange sky met the darkening sea, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions: excitement, nostalgia, and a newfound sense of purpose. "I can't believe it's over," she murmured to herself, picking up a smooth pebble and turning it over in her hand. "And yet, it feels like it's just the beginning." As if in response to her words, the necklace began to glow faintly, its bioluminescent shells emitting a soft, pulsing light. Clara gasped, wondering if it was a sign from her friends beneath the waves. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice carried on the breeze. "Clara, there you are." She turned to see her best friend from the surface world, Jack, jogging towards her. His freckled face was creased with concern. "We've been looking everywhere for you," Jack exclaimed as he reached her. "You've been gone for hours. Your parents are worried sick." Clara blinked in surprise. "Hours? But I was in the undersea kingdom for days." "What are you talking about?" Jack asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Undersea kingdom? Clara, are you feeling okay?" For a moment, Clara hesitated. How could she possibly explain what had happened? Would anyone even believe her? But as she looked into Jack's concerned eyes, she knew she had to try. "Jack," she began slowly, "you're not going to believe this, but I've just had the most incredible adventure." Over the next hour, as the sky darkened and stars began to twinkle overhead, Clara recounted her journey to the undersea kingdom. She told Jack about the magical shell, the mere people, the terrifying sea monster that turned out to be Malachar, and the lessons she had learned about unity, honesty, and environmental protection. Throughout her tale, Jack listened with wide-eyed wonder, occasionally interrupting with questions or exclamations of disbelief. When Clara finally finished, showing him the enchanted necklace as proof, a long silence fell between them. "Wow," Jack finally said, shaking his head in amazement. "Clara, that's incredible. If it were anyone else, I'd say they were making it up, but I know you. You wouldn't lie about something like this." Clara felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You believe me?" Jack nodded slowly. I do. It's crazy, but I do. So, what happens now? Clara stood up, brushing sand from her clothes. Her eyes shone with determination as she looked out at the ocean. Now, we have work to do. I made a promise to protect their world from ours, and I intend to keep it. We? Jack asked, raising an eyebrow. Clara turned to him with a smile. Yes, we. I can't do this alone, Jack. The Undersea Kingdom taught me the importance of working together. Will you help me? Jack grinned, getting to his feet. Are you kidding? Of course I will. Where do we start? First, Clara said, her mind already formulating plans. We need to educate people about the impact of pollution on our oceans. Then we can organize beach cleanups, petition for stricter environmental laws, and... As Clara continued outlining her ideas, her voice grew more animated. Jack listened intently, occasionally chiming in with suggestions of his own. The two friends stood there on the beach, silhouetted against the starry sky, their excitement palpable as they planned their next adventure. You know, Jack said after a while, your parents are still going to wonder where you've been all this time. Clara laughed, the sound carrying across the quiet beach. Well, I suppose that's our first challenge then. Come on, let's head back. I've got a feeling this is going to be a long night of explanations. As they walked away from the shoreline, Clara cast one last glance over her shoulder at the vast ocean. The enchanted necklace glowed warmly against her skin, and for a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of movement beneath the waves, perhaps a dolphin's fin or a mermaid's tail. Clara smiled to herself, feeling a renewed connection to the hidden world beneath the surface. Her adventure in the Undersea Kingdom might have ended, but its impact would ripple through her life for years to come. With her newfound knowledge, her magical keepsake, and her friend by her side, Clara was ready to become a true guardian of the oceans, bridging the gap between two worlds and working to ensure a brighter future for both. As they disappeared up the beach path, the sound of their animated conversation faded into the night, leaving behind only the eternal rhythm of the waves and the promise of new adventures to come. Months had passed since Clara's extraordinary adventure in the Undersea Kingdom, and life in Pebble Cove had taken on a new rhythm. Clara, now known around town as the Ocean Guardian, had thrown herself into her mission to protect the seas with unmatched enthusiasm. One sunny Saturday morning, Clara stood on the beach, surrounded by a group of volunteers. She wore her enchanted necklace proudly, its shells glimmering in the sunlight. "All right, everyone," she called out, her voice carrying over the sound of the waves. "Remember, we're not just picking up trash today. We're guardians of two worlds. Every piece of plastic we remove is one less threat to our friends beneath the waves." As the group dispersed along the shoreline, Clara's best friend Jack jogged up to her, carrying a bucket and a trash picker. "You know," he said with a grin, "when you first told me about your underwater adventure, I thought you might have hit your head on a rock or something. But looking at all this..." He gestured to the volunteers combing the beach. "You've really started a movement here, Clara." Clara smiled, her eyes scanning the horizon. "I just hope it's enough. There's still so much to do." As they worked, Clara's mind wandered to her friends in the Undersea Kingdom. She wondered how they were faring, if the council she had helped establish was making progress. Her hand unconsciously reached for her necklace, a habit she developed whenever she thought of her underwater adventures. Suddenly, the necklace began to glow with an intensity Clara hadn't seen since her return. The shells pulsed with an urgent light, and Clara felt a familiar tingling sensation coursing through her body. "Jack," she called out, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Something's happening." Before Jack could reach her, a swirling vortex of water erupted from the calm sea, enveloping Clara. The beachgoers gasped and pointed, but Clara felt no fear. Somehow, she knew what was happening. In a flash of light and a rush of bubbles, Clara found herself once again in the familiar waters of the undersea kingdom. But something was different. The usually vibrant coral seemed dull, and an eerie silence hung in the water. "Clara," a voice called out. She turned to see Pearl swimming towards her, relief evident on her face. "Thank the tides you're here." "Pearl, what's going on? Why am I back?" Clara asked, her joy at seeing her friend tempered by concern. Pearl's expression grew serious. "It's Malachar. He's reverted. The monster within him has taken control again. We need your help." Clara's mind raced. "But how?" "We defeated the monster. We uncovered the truth. We thought we had," Pearl explained as they swam towards the city. "But the dark magic Malachar used, it left a seed of corruption. It's been growing, feeding on his doubts and fears. Now, he's threatening to destroy everything we've built since you left." As they entered the city, Clara saw signs of destruction, toppled structures, damaged kelp gardens, and frightened sea creatures hiding in every nook and cranny. Queen Coral and General Riptide met them in the central plaza, their faces etched with worry. "Clara," Queen Coral said, her voice heavy with emotion. "I'm sorry to call you back like this, but we didn't know what else to do. Malachar is beyond our reach now." General Riptide nodded grimly. "He's holed up in a twilight trench, surrounded by dark energy. None of our warriors can get close." Clara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders once again. "Tell me everything. What have you tried? What do we know about this dark magic?" As the merfolk filled her in on the details, Clara's mind was already formulating a plan. She realized that defeating the monster wasn't enough. They needed to address the root of Malachar's fears and doubts. "I think I know what we need to do," Clara said finally. "But it won't be easy. We can't fight this with weapons or magic. We need to reach the real Malachar, remind him of who he is and what he stands for." Queen Coral looked skeptical. "And how do you propose we do that?" Clara's eyes shone with determination. "By showing him that his fears were unfounded. That the surface world and the undersea kingdom can work together to protect the oceans. I'll need to bring something from my world, proof of the changes we've been making." As Clara outlined her daring plan, a spark of hope ignited in the eyes of her underwater friends. They knew that once again, this remarkable surface dweller might be their only chance at salvation. "It's risky," General Riptide admitted. "But if anyone can pull it off, it's you, Clara." Clara nodded, her resolve strengthening. "I'll need to return to the surface briefly. Can you get me as close to Malachar's location as possible when I come back?" As the group finalized the details of their plan, Clara couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. Once again, she found herself at the heart of an underwater crisis, tasked with saving not just the undersea kingdom, but also the tortured soul of a friend led astray. "Hang on, Malachar," she whispered to herself as she prepared to return to the surface. "We're coming to help you. This time, we'll make things right for good." With a determined nod to her friends, Clara felt the magic of her necklace activate once more. As she was whisked back to the surface world, she knew that her greatest challenge and perhaps her most important mission was yet to come. Clara burst from the ocean's surface, gasping for air as the familiar sights and sounds of Pebble Cove's beach rushed back to her. Jack was there in an instant, his eyes wide with concern and curiosity. "Clara, what happened? You just disappeared," he exclaimed, helping her to her feet. Clara shook the water from her hair, her mind racing. Jack, I need your help. The Undersea Kingdom is in trouble again, and we don't have much time. As they hurried up the beach, Clara quickly explained the situation to her bewildered friend. Jack listened intently, nodding as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. "So, what's the plan?" he asked as they reached the boardwalk. Clara's eyes lit up with determination. "We need to gather evidence, proof that we're making a difference up here. Photos, news articles, petitions, anything that shows we're working to protect the oceans." Jack grinned, pulling out his smartphone. "I think I know just where to start." For the next hour, Clara and Jack raced around town, collecting everything they could find related to their ocean conservation efforts. They stopped by the local newspaper office, the community center, and even convinced the mayor to write a quick letter of support. As they worked, Clara couldn't help but marvel at how much had changed in Pebble Cove since her return from the Undersea Kingdom. Beach cleanup events were now a regular occurrence, local businesses had switched to eco-friendly practices, and there was even talk of establishing a marine protected area off the coast. "You know," Jack said as they hurried back to the beach, arms full of materials, "I never thought I'd be helping to save an underwater kingdom when I woke up this morning." Clara laughed, feeling a mix of pride and nervousness. "Welcome to my world, Jack. Now, there's just one more thing we need to do." They arrived at the shoreline, where the volunteers from earlier were still hard at work. Clara climbed onto a nearby rock and called out to the group. "Everyone, can I have your attention, please?" The crowd gathered around, curious expressions on their faces. "I know this is going to sound strange, but I need your help with something incredibly important." Over the next few minutes, Clara gave an abbreviated version of her Undersea Kingdom adventure and the current crisis. To her surprise and relief, the volunteers listened with rapt attention, their expressions shifting from disbelief to wonder to determination. "So," Clara concluded, "I need to show Malachar and the Undersea Kingdom that we up here are committed to protecting the oceans. Would you all be willing to help me send a message?" A chorus of enthusiastic agreements rang out. With Jack's help, Clara quickly organized the group into formation. Using their bodies, they spelled out a massive "Protect Our Oceans" on the sand, visible from high above the water. As Jack readied his drone to take an aerial photo, Clara felt a swell of emotion. This was more than she could have hoped for, a true demonstration of unity between the surface world and the sea. "Okay, everyone," Jack called out. Big smiles and waved to our underwater friends. The drone buzzed overhead, capturing the scene. As soon as Jack gave the thumbs up, Clara knew it was time to return to the Undersea Kingdom. "Jack," she said, turning to her friend, "I need you to do something for me while I'm gone." He nodded solemnly. "Anything. Keep this momentum going. Don't let people forget why we're doing this. The Undersea Kingdom's fate might depend on what we do up here." Jack placed a hand on her shoulder. "You can count on me, Clara. Now go save your underwater friends." Again. With a grateful smile, Clara waded into the surf, clutching the precious evidence they had gathered. As the waves lapped at her waist, she turned back to the shore one last time. The sight that greeted her filled her heart with hope, dozens of people standing united, waving and cheering her on. "Thank you all," she called out, her voice carrying over the waves. "Remember, we're all guardians of the ocean." With that, Clara dove beneath the waves. The enchanted necklace glowed brightly, and she felt the familiar sensation of magic enveloping her. As she was whisked back to the Undersea Kingdom, Clara steeled herself for the challenge ahead. She knew that confronting Malachar wouldn't be easy. The dark magic that had corrupted him was powerful, feeding on his deepest fears and insecurities. But Clara also knew that she carried with her something even more powerful: hope, and proof that positive change was possible. As the shimmering underwater world materialized around her, Clara clutched her precious cargo close. She was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the unity and determination of two worlds. "Hold on, Malachar," she thought as she swam towards the rendezvous point where her mare friends awaited. "We're coming to bring you back to the light." As Clara materialized in the familiar waters of the undersea kingdom, she was immediately struck by the eerie silence that permeated the usually vibrant coral city. The once bustling streets were deserted, and an oppressive darkness seemed to loom on the horizon, emanating from the direction of the Twilight Trench. Queen Coral, General Riptide, and Pearl were waiting for her at the agreed rendezvous point, their faces etched with worry and hope. "Clara!" Pearl exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her friend. "You made it back." Clara nodded, her expression determined. "I have what we need. Now, tell me everything that's happened since I left." General Riptide swam forward, his battle-scarred face grim. "Malachar's power has grown exponentially. The darkness he's unleashing is unlike anything we've ever seen. It's as if the very water itself is turning against us." Queen Coral added, her voice heavy with concern, "We've had to evacuate most of the kingdom. Those who remain are in hiding, protected by what little magic we have left." Clara's mind raced as she processed this information. "And Malachar himself? Has anyone been able to get close to him?" The merfolk exchanged worried glances before Pearl spoke up. I tried, Clara. I thought maybe I could reason with him, remind him of who he used to be. But when I got close..." She shuddered at the memory. It wasn't Malachar anymore. His eyes were completely black, and his voice, it was like 1,000 angry seas speaking at once. Clara placed a comforting hand on Pearl's shoulder. "You were very brave to try, Pearl. But now it's my turn. I think I know how we can reach the real Malachar." She opened the waterproof bag she had brought with her, pulling out the evidence she and Jack had gathered. "Look," she said, showing them the photos and documents. "This is what's happening on the surface. People are changing, working together to protect the oceans. Malachar's fear that the surface world would destroy your home, we're proving it wrong." Queen Coral's eyes widened as she examined the aerial photo of the beach volunteers. "This is remarkable. But will it be enough to break through the darkness that's consumed him?" Clara's expression was one of fierce determination. "It has to be. And I have an idea of how to use it, but I'll need your help." As Clara outlined her plan, the others listened intently, occasionally interjecting with suggestions or concerns. Finally, General Riptide nodded his approval. "It's risky," he said, "but it just might work. When do we start?" Clara's gaze turned toward the encroaching darkness. "Now. We don't have a moment to lose." The small group swam towards the Twilight Trench, the water growing colder and darker with each passing moment. As they neared the edge of the trench, they could hear a low, ominous rumbling emanating from its depths. "This is as far as we can go," Queen Coral said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The magic protecting us won't hold in the trench." Clara nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. "I understand. I'll go on alone from here." "Clara, wait," Pearl said, her voice trembling slightly. She removed a small, glowing pearl from her necklace and pressed it into Clara's hand. "For luck. And to remind you that you're not alone, even in the darkest depths." Touched by the gesture, Clara carefully tucked the pearl into her pocket alongside the evidence from the surface. With a final nod to her friends, she began her descent into the Twilight Trench. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides as Clara swam deeper, guided only by the faint glow of her enchanted necklace. The rumbling grew louder, occasionally punctuated by what sounded like agonized screams. Finally, Clara reached the bottom of the trench. There, in the center of a swirling vortex of dark energy, floated Malachar. But he was almost unrecognizable. His once regal form was now twisted and monstrous, tendrils of darkness writhing around him. Malachar. Clara called out, her voice somehow carrying through the chaos. It's me, Clara. I've come to help you. The creature that was once Malachar turned its attention to her, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly malevolence. When it spoke, the voice was just as Pearl had described, a cacophony of angry seas. Help, it snarled. There is no help for us. The surface world will destroy everything. Only in darkness can we survive. Clara steeled herself, refusing to be intimidated. That's not true, Malachar. Look. She held up the photos and documents, their colors stark against the surrounding darkness. The surface world is changing. People are working to protect the oceans, to preserve your home. For a moment, the swirling darkness seemed to falter. Clara pressed on, her voice growing stronger. Remember who you are, Malachar. You wanted to protect your people, but this isn't the way. Come back to us. Help us build a future where both our worlds can thrive. As Clara continued to speak, showing Malachar evidence of the positive changes happening above, she saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The real Malachar was still in there, fighting to break free from the darkness that had consumed him. With renewed hope, Clara reached out her hand, Pearl's glowing pearl nestled in her palm. Take my hand, Malachar. Let us help you. It's not too late to make things right. For a heart-stopping moment, everything hung in the balance. Then, slowly, a trembling hand emerged from the swirling darkness, reaching for Clara's outstretched palm. As their hands touched, a brilliant light erupted from the pearl, pushing back the darkness. Clara held on tight, her voice joining with Malachar's in a cry that echoed through the depths of the twilight trench. The battle for Malachar's soul and the fate of the undersea kingdom had reached its climax. And in that moment, suspended between light and darkness, hope and despair, Clara knew that the true test of her courage and conviction had only just begun. The blinding light that erupted from Pearl's gift enveloped Clara and Malachar, pushing back the encroaching darkness. As the light began to fade, Clara found herself still grasping Malachar's hand, but the monstrous form was gone. In its place was the familiar figure of the Undersea Kingdom's former advisor, his eyes clear but filled with confusion and remorse. Clara? Malachar's voice was weak, barely above a whisper. What happened? The darkness, it was consuming me. Clara smiled gently, still holding his hand. It's okay, Malachar. You're back now. We fought off the darkness together. As Malachar's strength returned, the two began to swim upwards, leaving the oppressive gloom of the twilight trench behind. Clara explained everything that had transpired, from her return to the surface to the efforts of the people of Pebble Cove. I can't believe it, Malachar said, his voice filled with wonder. All this time, I feared the surface dwellers would bring about our destruction. But instead, they're working to protect our home? Clara nodded, pulling out the photos and documents she had brought. See for yourself. People are changing, Malachar. They're beginning to understand the importance of the oceans. As they neared the top of the trench, they could see Queen Coral, General Riptide, and Pearl waiting anxiously. When the group spotted Clara and Malachar, their faces lit up with joy and relief. Malachar. Pearl cried out, rushing forward to embrace her old friend. You're back. The reunion was emotional, with tears of joy mixing with the seawater around them. Queen Coral approached Malachar, her expression a mixture of relief and caution. "Malachar," she said, her voice regal yet warm. "It brings me great joy to see you free from the darkness. But we must address the harm that has been done." Malachar bowed his head in shame. "Your Majesty, I have no words to express my regret. My actions have caused immeasurable damage to our kingdom and our people. I offer my deepest apologies, though I know they cannot undo what I've done." General Riptide, ever the voice of caution, spoke up. "How can we be sure the darkness is truly gone? That it won't take hold again?" Clara interjected. The darkness fed on Malachar's fears and doubts. "But now that we have proof of the surface world's efforts to protect the oceans, those fears have no foundation. Isn't that right, Malachar?" Malachar nodded solemnly. "Clara speaks the truth. My eyes have been opened. I see now that our future lies not in isolation and fear, but in cooperation and understanding with the surface world." Queen Coral considered this for a moment before speaking. "Malachar, your actions have indeed caused great harm. But I also remember the wise counselor and devoted protector you once were. Your journey can serve as a powerful lesson for our people about the dangers of fear and the importance of hope." She turned to address the group. "We have all witnessed the power of understanding and cooperation today. Clara, once again, you have proven yourself a true friend to the Undersea Kingdom. What do you propose we do now?" Clara's eyes shone with excitement. "I have an idea. What if we create a council with representatives from both the Undersea Kingdom and the surface world? We could work together to protect the oceans and foster understanding between our two worlds." The idea was met with enthusiastic nods from the group. Even General Riptide, usually skeptical of new proposals, seemed intrigued. "It won't be easy," Malachar cautioned. "There will be many on both sides who are resistant to change. Trust will need to be built slowly." Clara smiled. "That's true. But look how far we've come already. Together, I believe we can accomplish anything." As the group began to swim back towards the heart of the Undersea Kingdom, discussing plans for rebuilding and establishing the new council, Clara felt a surge of hope for the future. The challenges ahead were significant, but the bonds forged between the two worlds had proven strong enough to overcome even the darkest of magics. "Clara," Pearl said, swimming up beside her friend. "What you've done for us, for our kingdom, it's beyond words. How can we ever thank you?" Clara's response was immediate and heartfelt. "Seeing our two worlds come together, working towards a common goal, that's all the thanks I need. This is just the beginning, Pearl. We have so much to learn from each other, so much good we can do together." As they approached the central plaza of the Undersea Kingdom, they could see curious faces peering out from hiding places, word of Malachar's return and the defeat of the darkness spreading quickly. Queen Coral raised her voice, addressing her people. "Citizens of the Undersea Kingdom, the darkness that threatened our home has been vanquished. Malachar has returned to us, and with him comes a new era of cooperation with the surface world. Let us embrace this chance for peace and understanding." A cheer went up from the gathered merfolk, their voices joining in a melody of hope and renewal. As Clara looked around at the faces of her friends, both old and new, she knew that this adventure was far from over. It was, in fact, just the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with challenges, certainly, but also with the promise of a brighter future for both the Undersea Kingdom and the world above. In the weeks that followed the dramatic events in the Twilight Trench, the Undersea Kingdom bustled with activity. The newly formed Ocean Alliance Council, comprised of representatives from both the underwater realm and the surface world, had begun its work in earnest. Today marked a historic occasion, the first official meeting of the full council in the heart of the Undersea Kingdom. Clara stood at the entrance of the Grand Coral Amphitheater, marveling at the sight before her. Merfolk of all kinds mingled with a select group of humans who had been granted the ability to breathe underwater for the duration of their visit. The atmosphere was charged with a mixture of excitement and nervous energy. "Can you believe it, Clara?" Pearl swam up beside her, eyes wide with wonder. "Just a month ago, this would have seemed impossible." Clara nodded, a smile spreading across her face. It's amazing what can happen when people come together with a common purpose. As they made their way to their seats, Clara overheard snippets of conversation from both humans and merfolk alike. "The bioluminescent algae here is fascinating," exclaimed a marine biologist, scribbling notes furiously. "Think of the applications this could have for sustainable lighting on the surface." Nearby, a group of merfolk listened intently as a human environmental lawyer explained the concept of marine protected areas. By designating certain zones as off-limits to fishing and other disruptive activities, we can help preserve biodiversity and allow ecosystems to recover. Queen Coral swam to the center of the amphitheater, her presence immediately commanding attention. Beside her stood the mayor of Pebble Cove, looking slightly uncomfortable but determined in his specially designed underwater suit. "Friends, allies, esteemed members of the Ocean Alliance Council," Queen Coral began, her voice carrying clearly through the water. "Today marks a new chapter in the history of our worlds. For too long, we have lived apart, misunderstanding and fearing one another. But now, we come together with a shared vision to protect and preserve the oceans that connect us all." The mayor nodded in agreement before speaking. "On behalf of Pebble Cove and the surface world, I want to express our deep gratitude for this opportunity. We have much to learn from your people, and we are committed to doing our part to safeguard our shared waters." As the opening speeches concluded, Clara noticed Malachar sitting quietly in a corner, his expression thoughtful. She swam over to him, concerned. "Malachar? Are you all right?" she asked gently. He looked up, offering a small smile. "Yes, Clara. I was just reflecting on how much has changed. My fears nearly destroyed everything, but now I see so much potential for good." Clara placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Your perspective is valuable, Malachar. Your experience reminds us all of the dangers of isolation and misunderstanding. Will you share your thoughts with the council?" Malachar hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Perhaps you're right. Our story, the mistakes made, and the lessons learned could serve as a powerful reminder of why this alliance is so important." As the council meeting progressed, Clara was impressed by the range of ideas and initiatives being proposed. A joint task force to clean up ocean plastic, educational exchange programs between surface schools and merfolk learning centers, collaborative research projects on marine ecosystems. The possibilities seemed endless. However, not everything was smooth sailing. Debates arose over fishing rights, the extent of human access to underwater territories, and how to address ongoing pollution from the surface world. During a particularly heated exchange, Clara stood up to address the council. "I know we face many challenges," she said, her voice steady and clear. "But let's not forget how far we've come already. Every problem we encounter is an opportunity to learn from each other and grow stronger together." Her words seemed to calm the tensions, and the discussions resumed with a more cooperative tone. As the meeting drew to a close, Queen Coral called for a final word. "Before we adjourn, I believe we have someone else we should hear from. Malachar, would you care to address the council?" All eyes turned to Malachar as he swam to the center of the amphitheater. He took a deep breath before speaking. "Not long ago, I stood against everything this council represents. My fear and mistrust nearly destroyed two worlds. But thanks to the bravery and compassion of individuals from both land and sea, I was shown a better way. He paused, looking around the room. Our differences are real, and the challenges we face are significant. But our shared love for the oceans and our commitment to protecting them is stronger. Let us move forward not in fear, but in hope and unity. A round of applause filled the amphitheater, rippling through the water. As the meeting adjourned, Clara found herself surrounded by excited council members, all eager to discuss next steps and future plans. "Clara," Jack called out, awkwardly maneuvering in his underwater gear. "This is incredible. I've got so many ideas for how we can get more young people involved in ocean conservation efforts." Clara grinned at her friend's enthusiasm. "That's great, Jack. Why don't we set up a youth advisory committee to the council? We could have representatives from both worlds." As they continued to chat, Clara felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to see Queen Coral, smiling warmly. "You should be proud, Clara," the Queen said. "None of this would have been possible without you." Clara blushed slightly. "I just helped bring people together. It's everyone here who's doing the real work." Queen Coral shook her head. "Don't underestimate the power of a bridge builder, my dear. Your ability to connect our worlds has set us on a new path. The journey ahead may be long, but thanks to you, we no longer walk it alone." As Clara looked around at the mixture of humans and merfolk, all chatting animatedly and exchanging ideas, she felt a profound sense of hope. The Ocean Alliance Council was just the beginning. Together, they would face the challenges ahead and work towards a brighter future for all the inhabitants of land and sea. As the months passed, the Ocean Alliance Council's efforts began to bear fruit. The partnership between the surface world and the undersea kingdom had led to remarkable progress in ocean conservation and mutual understanding. However, with success came new challenges, and today's emergency council meeting was called to address one of the most pressing issues yet. Clara swam into the council chamber, her face etched with concern. The room was already abuzz with worried chatter from both human and merfolk representatives. Queen Coral called the meeting to order, her usual serene demeanor tinged with urgency. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. As you've no doubt heard, we face a crisis that threatens both our worlds." The mayor of Pebble Cove, now more comfortable in his underwater gear, spoke up. "We've detected a massive oil tanker off the coast that's sustained critical damage. If it sinks, the resulting spill could devastate the entire region." Murmurs of concern rippled through the chamber. Malachar, who had become a respected voice on the council, raised his hand to speak. "Your Majesty, Mr. Mayor, if I may. This situation presents not just a threat, but an opportunity. How we respond to this crisis could set a precedent for future collaboration between our worlds." Clara nodded in agreement. "Malachar's right. We need to pool our resources and knowledge to prevent this disaster." General Riptide, ever the strategist, swam to the center of the room. "We'll need a multi-pronged approach. Surface teams to repair the tanker and contain any leaks, underwater teams to protect marine life in sensitive areas, and a joint command center to coordinate efforts." The room erupted in a flurry of suggestions and planning. Clara found herself moving between groups, helping to bridge communication gaps and foster cooperation. "Jack," she called out to her friend, who was discussing logistics with a group of merfolk engineers. "Can you get in touch with the environmental response teams from neighboring coastal cities? We'll need all the help we can get." Jack gave a thumbs up. "On it. I'll also reach out to our volunteer network. Every pair of hands will count." As the planning progressed, Clara noticed Pearl looking troubled in a corner of the room. She swam over to her friend. "Pearl, what's wrong?" Pearl sighed, her iridescent scales shining with worry. "Clara, I'm scared. What if we can't stop the spill? The damage to our home, to all the sea life? Clara placed a comforting hand on Pearl's shoulder. I understand your fear. But look around this room. Humans and merfolk working together, pooling our knowledge and resources. We're stronger together than we ever were apart. Pearl managed a small smile. You're right. It's just, this is so much bigger than anything we've faced before. Which is why we'll face it together, Clara reassured her. Suddenly, a commotion at the chamber entrance caught everyone's attention. A young mare scout burst in, out of breath. Your Majesty. Council members. The tanker, it's showing signs of breaking apart. We don't have much time. The room fell silent for a moment before Queen Coral's voice rang out. Then we must act now. Is everyone clear on their roles? A chorus of affirmatives sounded from around the chamber. The mayor turned to Clara. We'll need you to help coordinate between the surface and underwater teams. Your unique understanding of both worlds will be crucial. Clara nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. I'm ready. Let's do this. As the council members began to disperse, each heading to their assigned tasks, Malachar approached Clara. Clara, he said, his voice low. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad the surface world knows about us now. We couldn't face this alone. Clara smiled at him. That's what friendship is all about, Malachar. Being there for each other when it matters most. As they swam out of the council chamber, the gravity of the situation hit Clara full force. The next few hours would be critical, not just for preventing an ecological disaster, but for proving that the alliance between land and sea could withstand a true crisis. The scene at the site of the failing tanker was one of organized chaos. Surface ships circled the massive vessel, attempting to secure it and prevent further damage. Underwater, teams of merfolk worked to guide marine life away from the danger zone and prepare protective barriers for sensitive coral reefs. Clara found herself constantly in motion, relaying messages between underwater and surface teams, helping to translate technical terms, and offering encouragement where it was needed most. The starboard hull is weakening, came a shout from above. Clara quickly relayed the message to the underwater team. General Riptide. The right side of the ship is in danger of breaking. Can your team reinforce it from below? The general nodded, dispatching a group of strong merfolk to the area. Hours passed in a blur of activity. There were moments of hope as temporary patches held, and moments of despair as new leaks were discovered. Through it all, Clara marveled at the seamless cooperation between humans and merfolk, two worlds united in a common cause. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the choppy seas, a cheer erupted from the surface ships. The tanker had been stabilized, and the immediate danger of a catastrophic spill had been averted. Exhausted but elated, Clara gathered with the other council members back in the Undersea Kingdom to debrief. Queen Coral's voice was filled with pride as she addressed the group. Today, we have achieved something remarkable. Not only did we prevent a disaster, but we proved that our alliance is strong enough to weather any storm. The mayor nodded in agreement. The cooperation I witnessed today was truly inspiring. I believe this event will mark a turning point in how the surface world views ocean conservation. As the meeting concluded, Clara found herself surrounded by friends from both land and sea, all wearing expressions of tired but genuine joy. Jack clapped her on the back. We did it, Clara. And to think all of this started with your crazy underwater adventure. Clara laughed, feeling a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. It just goes to show that sometimes the craziest journeys lead to the most amazing destinations. As she looked around at the faces of her friends, Pearl, Malachar, Jack, Queen Coral, and so many others, Clara felt a profound sense of gratitude and hope. The crisis they had faced was likely only the first of many challenges to come, but she knew now, without a doubt, that together they could face anything the future might hold. The Ocean Alliance had proven its worth, and in doing so, had opened up a world of possibilities for cooperation, understanding, and shared stewardship of the precious oceans that connected them all. A year had passed since the formation of the Ocean Alliance Council and the successful prevention of the oil tanker disaster. The partnership between the surface world and the undersea kingdom had grown stronger with each challenge they faced together. Today, on the anniversary of the Council's founding, a special celebration was being held in Pebble Cove. Clara stood on the beach, marveling at the sight before her. A massive crowd had gathered, humans from all over the world alongside merfolk who had been granted temporary ability to breathe air. The atmosphere was festive, with colorful banners declaring one ocean, one future fluttering in the sea breeze. "Can you believe it, Clara?" Jack said, joining her at the water's edge. A year ago, most people didn't even know the undersea kingdom existed. Now look at this. Clara smiled, her eyes scanning the crowd. It's amazing how much can change in a year when people work together. As they walked along the beach, Clara overheard snippets of conversation that filled her heart with joy. A young girl was excitedly telling her parents, and then Pearl showed me how they use bioluminescent algae to light up their homes underwater. "Can we try that in my room, please?" Nearby, a group of marine biologists were deep in discussion with some merfolk scholars. "Your understanding of deep-sea ecosystems is revolutionary," one scientist was saying. "This could completely change our approach to ocean conservation." As Clara and Jack approached the main stage, they saw Queen Coral and the mayor of Pebble Cove in animated conversation. "Your Majesty," the mayor was saying, "I can't thank you enough for agreeing to this joint celebration. It means so much to our community." Queen Coral smiled warmly. "The honor is ours, Mayor. This partnership has brought more joy and progress to our kingdom than I could have ever imagined." As the official ceremony began, Clara took her place on stage alongside other key members of the Ocean Alliance Council. The mayor stepped up to the microphone first. Citizens of Pebble Cove, honored guests from the Undersea Kingdom, and visitors from around the world, he began, his voice carrying across the hushed crowd. "1 year ago, we embarked on a journey that many thought impossible. Today, we celebrate not just our achievements, but the friendships and understanding we've built along the way." Queen Coral spoke next, her regal voice adapting well to the air. "When we first formed this alliance, we hoped to protect our shared waters. What we've gained is so much more, a true partnership that bridges two worlds." As the speeches continued, Clara found her mind wandering to all that had happened over the past year. The challenges they'd faced, the victories they'd celebrated, the bonds that had formed between humans and merfolk. Her reverie was interrupted when she heard her name called. "And now," the mayor was saying, "we'd like to hear from the young woman who made all of this possible. Clara, would you like to say a few words?" Feeling a mix of nerves and excitement, Clara stepped up to the microphone. She took a deep breath and began to speak. "A little over a year ago, I took an unexpected journey to an underwater world I never knew existed. That adventure changed my life, and as it turns out, it changed a lot more than that." She paused, looking out at the diverse crowd. "What I've learned since then is that the greatest adventures aren't the ones we take alone, but the ones we embark on together." She gestured to the ocean behind her. "The sea connects us all, no matter where we come from or what we look like. It's given us so much food, resources, beauty. Now it's our turn to give back. This alliance isn't just about protecting the oceans, it's about recognizing that we're all part of something bigger than ourselves." As Clara continued her speech, she noticed Malachar in the crowd, nodding in agreement. She remembered how far he had come from being consumed by fear to becoming one of the strongest advocates for cooperation. "We've faced challenges this past year," Clara went on, "and I'm sure we'll face many more. But every obstacle we've overcome has made us stronger. Every problem we've solved has taught us something new. And every friendship we've forged has made our two worlds a little closer." She smiled, feeling a surge of emotion. "I look out at all of you today, humans and merfolk standing side by side, and I see hope. Hope for our oceans, hope for our planet, and hope for a future where we continue to work together, learn from each other, and grow." As Clara concluded her speech, the beach erupted in applause. She stepped back, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the response. The rest of the day was filled with joyous celebration. There were demonstrations of merfolk magic, displays of human technology, shared music and dance, and an abundance of laughter and conversation. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the ocean, Clara found herself standing at the water's edge once more. Pearl joined her, having changed back to her mare form. "What a day," Pearl sighed contentedly. "A year ago, I never would have imagined something like this was possible." Clara nodded, watching the waves gently lap at the shore. "It's just the beginning, Pearl. Think of all we can accomplish in the years to come." As they stood there, Clara felt a profound sense of peace and purpose. The journey that had begun with her accidental discovery of the undersea kingdom had grown into something far greater than she could have ever imagined. It wasn't always easy, and there would undoubtedly be more challenges ahead, but as she looked out at the ocean, the great connector of their two worlds, Clara knew that together, they could face whatever the future might hold. The Ocean Alliance was more than just a partnership, it was a testament to the power of understanding, cooperation, and shared vision. As the celebration continued behind them, Clara and Pearl stood side by side, two friends from different worlds, united by a common love for the vast, mysterious, and precious ocean they called home. 5 years had passed since the formation of the Ocean Alliance Council. The partnership between the surface world and the undersea kingdom had flourished, bringing about unprecedented advancements in ocean conservation and cross-cultural understanding. However, as with any great change, new challenges had arisen. Today, the council was gathered to discuss one of the most complex issues they had faced yet. Clara, now a seasoned diplomat and respected voice on the council, swam into the grand coral chamber where meetings were held. The room was abuzz with murmurs, both from merfolk and the humans who had become adept at using specially designed underwater breathing apparatus. Queen Coral called the meeting to order, her voice carrying a note of concern. "Friends, allies, esteemed council members, we've come together today to address a matter of great importance and sensitivity." The mayor of Pebble Cove, who had been re-elected largely due to his successful handling of merfolk relations, spoke up. "As many of you know, there's been increasing pressure from the scientific community for more extensive access to the undersea kingdom for research purposes." A ripple of unease passed through the merfolk side of the chamber. Malachar, who had become a strong advocate for cautious progress, raised his hand to speak. "While we appreciate the thirst for knowledge," he began, his voice measured, "we must remember the reason for our kingdom's long-held secrecy. Our way of life, our very existence, could be at risk if we're not careful." Clara nodded, understanding both perspectives. Malachar raises a valid point. But we also can't ignore the potential benefits of collaborative research. The advancements we've made in ocean cleanup and sustainable fishing practices are just the beginning. The chamber erupted into a flurry of arguments and counter-arguments. Clara found herself mediating between passionate scientists eager to explore and protective merfolk concerned about their privacy and safety. What if we established strict guidelines, suggested a human marine biologist, limited access to designated areas, always accompanied by merfolk guides? Pearl, who had become a respected scholar in her own right, countered, but who decides what's off limits? There are sacred sites, delicate ecosystems that even many of our own people aren't permitted to visit. As the debate raged on, Jack, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, everyone. I think we might be approaching this from the wrong angle." All eyes turned to him, and Clara gave an encouraging nod. "Go on, Jack. What are you thinking?" Jack stood, looking slightly nervous but determined. "Well, we keep talking about human scientists coming here to study the undersea kingdom. But what if we flipped it? What if we had merfolk scientists go to the surface to collaborate on research projects?" A hush fell over the room as everyone considered this new perspective. Queen Coral was the first to break the silence. An intriguing proposal. It would allow for scientific collaboration while maintaining the privacy of our kingdom. And it would give our people a chance to learn more about the surface world firsthand, added General Riptide, who had become more open-minded over the years. Clara's mind raced with the possibilities. We could set up research centers along the coast. Places where merfolk scientists could work safely out of public view, but still collaborate closely with human colleagues. The mood in the chamber shifted from tension to excitement as council members from both worlds began to build on the idea. "We could start with short-term exchanges," suggested a merfolk scholar. "Let our scientists get accustomed to the surface world gradually." A human oceanographer chimed in, and we could focus on projects that directly benefit both our worlds: advanced pollution detection, sustainable aquaculture techniques, that sort of thing. As the discussion continued, Clara caught Malakar's eye. He gave her a small nod of approval, and she felt a surge of pride in how far they'd all come. After hours of productive dialogue, Queen Coral called for a vote on the proposal. The result was nearly unanimous in favor of the merfolk scientist exchange program. As the meeting adjourned, Clara found herself surrounded by excited council members, all eager to start planning the details of the new initiative. "Clara," Pearl said, swimming up to her with a bright smile, "can you believe it? I might have a chance to study surface world science up close." Clara laughed, caught up in her friend's enthusiasm. "Just promise you'll come visit me when you're up there. I want to hear all about your discoveries." As the chamber slowly emptied, Clara noticed Jack standing off to the side, looking thoughtful. She swam over to him. "That was a brilliant idea, Jack," she said warmly. "You really turned the whole debate around." Jack shrugged, a bit embarrassed by the praise. "I just thought about what you're always saying, that we need to see things from each other's perspectives." Clara nodded, feeling a swell of emotion. "And that's exactly why this alliance works. Because people like you are willing to think outside the box, or outside the ocean, in this case." As they swam out of the chamber together, Clara reflected on the journey that had brought them to this point. From her first accidental discovery of the undersea kingdom to today's groundbreaking decision, it had been a path filled with challenges, triumphs, and constant learning. "You know," she said to Jack as they reached the exit, 5 years ago, I never would have imagined we'd be planning for merfolk scientists to work on the surface. We've come so far." Jack grinned. "And just think how far we'll go in the next 5 years. The possibilities are as endless as the ocean itself." As they parted ways, Clara paused to look back at the now empty council chamber. She felt a profound sense of gratitude and purpose. The Ocean Alliance had grown beyond her wildest dreams, fostering understanding, driving innovation, and protecting the precious marine world they all shared. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Clara knew that together, humans and merfolk, surface dwellers and undersea inhabitants, they were ready to face them. The future of their shared ocean home was bright, filled with the promise of discovery, cooperation, and harmony between two worlds that were no longer separate, but beautifully, inextricably intertwined. A decade had passed since the formation of the Ocean Alliance Council, and the world had changed in ways few could have imagined. The partnership between humans and merfolk had led to revolutionary advancements in ocean conservation, sustainable technology, and cross-cultural understanding. Today, on the 10th anniversary of the Alliance, a historic event was taking place, the grand opening of the world's first Mer-Human Cooperative Research Center on the coast of Pebble Cove. Clara, now in her late 20s and a respected leader in both worlds, stood at the podium on a specially designed amphibious stage. Before her stretched a vast audience, humans on the beach and merfolk in the shallows, with holographic projections ensuring everyone could see and hear clearly. 10 years ago, Clara began, her voice carrying across the hushed crowd. I accidentally stumbled into a world I never knew existed. Today, we stand and swim together, not as separate species, but as partners and friends united in our love for the ocean that connects us all. As Clara continued her speech, she couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. The research center behind her was a testament to their progress, a state-of-the-art facility designed to accommodate both human and merfolk scientists, with advanced systems to maintain appropriate environments for both species. After the opening ceremony, Clara found herself in a bustling reception area, greeting old friends and new allies. Jack, now a renowned marine conservationist, approached with a grin. "Can you believe it, Clara?" he said, gesturing around them. "Sometimes I still think I'm going to wake up and find out this was all a crazy dream." Clara laughed, about to respond when she was interrupted by an excited voice. "Clara!" "Jack!" Pearl called out, gracefully maneuvering her hover chair, a device that allowed merfolk to move comfortably on land for short periods. "The genetics lab is incredible. We're already setting up experiments that could help us understand the evolutionary link between humans and merfolk." Their conversation was joined by Malachar, who had become one of the most respected merfolk diplomats. "The progress we've made is truly remarkable," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Do you remember how afraid I once was of the surface world? Now look at us." As they chatted, a young human girl approached them, her eyes wide with wonder. "Excuse me," she said shyly, "but are you really the Clara who first discovered the undersea kingdom?" Clara knelt down to the girl's level, smiling warmly. "I am. But you know, the real discovery wasn't just finding the kingdom, it was learning that we're all connected, no matter where we come from." The girl nodded solemnly. "I want to be a marine biologist when I grow up. Do you think I could work with merfolk scientists someday?" "I'm sure you will," Clara assured her. "In fact, why don't you meet my friend Pearl? She's one of the lead researchers here." As Pearl began chatting animatedly with the young girl about marine science, Clara felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to see Queen Coral, who had made a rare journey to the surface for this special occasion. "Clara, my dear," the Queen said, her voice filled with emotion. "I cannot express how much your actions have meant for our people. This center, this collaboration, it's beyond anything we could have dreamed." Clara bowed her head respectfully. "Your Majesty, it's been an honor to be part of this journey. But it's not just my doing. Everyone here, and so many more, have worked tirelessly to make this a reality." As they continued to mingle, Clara overheard snippets of conversation that filled her with hope for the future. A merfolk engineer was excitedly explaining to a group of human colleagues, "By combining our understanding of deep sea pressure with your advanced materials science, we might be able to create structures that can withstand the crushing depths of the ocean floor." Nearby, a human environmental lawyer and a merfolk elder were deep in discussion. If we can establish these protected corridors linking key habitats, the lawyer was saying, it could revolutionize our approach to marine conservation. As the day wore on, Clara found a quiet moment to slip away to the beach. She stood at the water's edge, watching the waves gently lap at the shore. Jack joined her, standing in comfortable silence for a moment. "You know," Jack said finally, "when you first told me about your underwater adventure all those years ago, I thought you'd lost your mind." Clara chuckled. "Sometimes I still can't believe it myself. But look at what it led to, Jack. We're changing the world, one wave at a time." Jack nodded, his expression growing serious. "But we still have so much to do. The oceans are healthier than they were a decade ago, but there are still challenges: rising sea temperatures, plastic pollution, overfishing." "You're right," Clara agreed. "But that's why the center is so important. It's not just about research, it's about bringing the best minds from both worlds together to solve these problems." As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the ocean, Clara felt a profound sense of both accomplishment and anticipation. The past decade had been filled with incredible achievements, but she knew it was just the beginning. "Here's to the next 10 years, she said, raising an imaginary toast. Jack grinned, mimicking the gesture. "And to the endless possibilities of two worlds united." As they turned back towards the research center, where humans and merfolk continued to mingle and share ideas, Clara felt a surge of hope and determination. The journey that had begun with her accidental discovery had grown into a movement that was changing the world. And with each passing day, the line between the world above and the world below grew a little bit fainter, replaced by a shared vision of a healthier, more harmonious future for all. 20 years had passed since Clara's fateful discovery of the Undersea Kingdom. The world had transformed in ways once thought impossible, with the alliance between humans and merfolk reshaping global attitudes towards ocean conservation and cross-species cooperation. Today, on the 20th anniversary of the Ocean Alliance, a monumental event was taking place, the inauguration of the first underwater city designed for both human and merfolk habitation. Clara, now in her late 30s and a globally recognized figure in environmental diplomacy, stood on a platform suspended in the crystal-clear waters. Around her, a crowd of humans in high-tech diving suits mingled with merfolk, all eagerly awaiting the ceremony. 2 decades ago, Clara began, her voice carried through the water by advanced acoustic technology. "We stood on separate shores, divided by misunderstanding and fear. Today, we gather in the shared space, a testament to what we can achieve when we work together." As Clara continued her speech, her eyes swept over the magnificent underwater metropolis behind her. Dubbed Harmony, the city was a marvel of sustainable architecture and advanced technology. Massive domes housed air-filled sections for humans, seamlessly connected to open water areas for merfolk. Bioluminescent algae, cultivated through joint research, provided natural lighting throughout the city. After the ceremony, Clara found herself in one of the city's central hubs, a large spherical chamber where both species could interact comfortably. Jack, now a distinguished professor of marine ecology, approached with a wide smile. "Clara, can you believe we're actually here?" he said, his voice filled with awe. "An underwater city. Sometimes I think I'm dreaming." Clara laughed, about to respond when a familiar voice called out. "Clara!" "Jack!" Pearl exclaimed, swimming gracefully towards them. Her once youthful features now carried the wisdom of a respected scientist. "The research facilities here are beyond anything we could have imagined. We're already making breakthroughs in coral regeneration that could restore reefs worldwide." Their reunion was joined by Malachar, who had become a key architect of interspecies policies. It's remarkable how far we've come, he mused, his eyes twinkling. From hiding in fear to building cities together. As they chatted, a young mare child approached, accompanied by a human child wearing a junior diving suit. The mare child spoke first, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Excuse me, but are you the Clara from our history lessons? The one who first brought our worlds together?" Clara knelt down, smiling warmly at both children. "I am, but I was just one part of a much bigger story. It's people like you, growing up together and sharing your worlds, who are the real heroes of this tale." The human child nodded enthusiastically. "We're in the first interspecies education program. I'm learning mare language, and Coral here is teaching me all about underwater ecosystems. And I'm learning about surface technology," the mare child, Coral, added excitedly. "Did you know humans have machines that can fly in the air?" As the children chatted animatedly about their shared learning experiences, Clara felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to see Queen Coral, who had made the journey for this historic occasion. "Clara, my dear friend," the Queen said, her voice filled with emotion. "When you first came to our kingdom, I never could have imagined this future. You've changed both our worlds for the better." Clara bowed her head respectfully. "Your Majesty, it's been a collective effort. Every person, human and merfolk alike, who embraced change and worked towards understanding, they're the true champions of this new world we've built." As they continued to mingle, Clara overheard snippets of conversation that filled her with hope for the future. A human marine engineer was excitedly discussing with a merfolk architect, "If we combine your natural current harnessing techniques with our turbine technology, we could create a clean energy system that powers not just this city, but coastal communities worldwide." Nearby, a merfolk healer and a human doctor were deep in conversation. The medicinal properties of deep-sea organisms combined with surface world medical advancements could revolutionize healthcare for both our species, the doctor was saying, her eyes alight with possibilities. As the celebration continued, Clara found a moment to slip away to one of the observation domes. She stood there, gazing out at the vibrant underwater world that was now a shared home for both species. Jack joined her, standing in comfortable silence for a moment. "You know," Jack said finally, "when you first told me about your underwater adventure all those years ago, I thought it was the craziest thing I'd ever heard. Now look at us, living under the sea." Clara chuckled, her expression thoughtful. "It's been an incredible journey, hasn't it? But we still have so much to learn, so much to explore together." Jack nodded, his face growing serious. "The oceans are healthier than they've been in centuries, but there are still challenges ahead. Climate change, deep-sea mining interests, the balance between progress and preservation." "You're right," Clara agreed. "But that's why harmony is so important. It's not just a city, it's a symbol of what's possible when we combine our knowledge, our technologies, and our love for this blue planet we all call home." As they watched schools of fish swim by, their scales glittering in the bioluminescent light, Clara felt a profound sense of both accomplishment and anticipation. The past 2 decades had been filled with incredible achievements, but she knew it was just the beginning of a new chapter in Earth's history. "Here's to the next 20 years, she said, raising her hand in a gesture of toast. Jack grinned, mirroring the motion. "And to the endless depths of possibility when two worlds become one." As they turned back towards the bustling hub of harmony, where humans and merfolk continued to mingle, share ideas, and build a shared future, Clara felt a surge of hope and determination. The journey that had begun with her accidental discovery had grown into a movement that was reshaping the world, both above and below the waves. And with each passing day, the line between land and sea, between human and merfolk, grew fainter, replaced by a shared vision of a healthier, more harmonious future for all of Earth's children, no matter what form they took.